Hello. Hello. Welcome back to some more reincarnation here. So yesterday, we finally got through the what's it called again? Hidden Stories and Lost Archives yesterday. We finally got through them all. Took a long time. But here we are, finally. And now I'm gonna try my best to get through the remaining Dark Memory quests and their storylines for each character as soon as I can, as best as I can. There are 11 total. Those 11 are the ones you see on the thumbnail. It's Lars, Griff, Lars, Griff, Saryu, Priyat, Mary, Yuri, Yudio, Zeraphym, Hina, Yuzuki, and 10H. Now on stream, the ones that have gone through with their first chapter of their stories, Hina, Yuzuki, 10H, I know for sure. Udil and Sarafa I've gone through off stream, so you didn't get to see those. I don't remember for Saryu, Priyat, Marie, and Yuri though. I really don't remember. So for most of them, you're not going to be able to see the first. You're not going to be seeing the first chapter on stream here. And each chapter of these is quite lengthy. So if I were to go back and watch the first chapter of the 11 of the not 11, like of the 8 that I didn't show on stream, that would take a while. It would take a while. So basically, what I need to do to unlock them isn't the most difficult thing in the world, actually. I just need to ascend their respective weapons. So we're going to start with Lars here. We're going to go in that order, from top to bottom. Lars have already gone through 3 of his chapters, so we're going to get to the last one here. So if you don't know what happens, sorry. So all we just need to do is evolve it. Not ascend, evolve. To the final stage. Boom. Perfect Justice, level 4. And then we go into chapter 4 of his Dark Memory. There should also be like an auto button at the top, so I can just click on that without having to constantly click through the story myself to progress. Oh. What's going on here? Just black screen right now. Is it like loading or what's happening? Hello? What's going on? Why is it just a black screen right now? What's happening? What the heck? What's going on? Oh, there we go. Jeez, what the heck was that? That took like forever. Redacted past part 4. See? I don't actually remember the first 3. Oh, yes, okay.
Here, in the darkest part of his nation, the boy has uncovered the harshest of truths.
Right, I think I vaguely remember now. He got put into like a sort of like prison room or a jail or whatever with another person, and there's another person in that room with him.
The file, the vault, his history. The infant abduction strategy. The words of his hated enemy. The words on the page. It was all coming together. His head reels. His chest tightens. He feels like he is about to faint. But he does not. More precisely, he will not. Because he had to avoid the blade of the knife that is racing up behind him. Perhaps it is the boy's natural instincts that warn him. Perhaps the superior genes that were mentioned in the file.
Okay, never mind what I said about being in the jail.
Regardless, he twists his head to the side and narrowly avoids having it separated from his shoulders. The weapon is a military-issue combat knife. His attacker is a man in a mask. A thin ribbon of blood oozes down his neck where the knife had brushed it. Though the boy does not understand what is happening, his training takes over and he readies himself for a fight. His attacker had hoped to kill the boy from behind, which meant his plan was already falling apart. Taking advantage of this brief lapse, the boy twists to the side and spins around to face his attacker. He grabs his arm by the elbow and wrist, locking it in place. Then he shoves the man into a nearby wall and tears off his mask to reveal a pair of beautiful blue eyes. The boy is stunned for the briefest of moments, but it is enough. The attacker twists his arm from the boy's grasp and backs away from him. "Well, that was damn unlucky," says the man. "Or maybe you're just better than I thought. Also, I thought I told you not to get any stupid ideas." It was true. The man had given him a warning. But the boy had ignored it, and now they were facing off once more. This time, there would be no talk, no parley. Instead, only one of them would leave the vault alive. The blue-eyed soldier snarls at the boy. It is a sound of anger, sadness, and indecision. "Do you think I wanted to do this? You think I wanted to stab a fellow soldier in the back?" The blue-eyed man then tells the boy a shocking truth. The chatter at the party about the blue-eyed guy being promoted was based on a lie. He had actually been transferred to the National Intelligence Corps. There, he was ordered to feign injury while eliminating anyone who might threaten state secrets. One of those targets was the boy, who had attracted attention when he ignored orders and entered the enemy camp alone. His superiors ordered him to test the boy by revealing confidential information in order to see where his true loyalties lay. "God damn it," breathes the man when his tale is done. "God damn it." His emotions take hold, and he lunges at the boy. But the younger soldier calmly dodges the blow and takes a couple of steps back, waiting for an opportunity to deploy the small knife he has hidden on his person. "You came here expecting prey," thinks the boy. "But in the end, I am the one hunting you." The man screams and lunges at the boy again, but the attack is sloppy and easily dodged. As his foe lumbers past, the boy pulls his knife from its sheath and draws it across the man's throat. the blue-eyed man falls to his knees, gasping. He presses his hands against his throat, but the blood simply courses through his fingers. As his heartbeat slows, he leans against a wall and slowly slumps to the floor. The light in his beautiful blue eyes dims. The boy gazes into them quietly. He does so for a very long time. When he finally comes back to reality, the man is no longer breathing. Sheets of paper from the file are scattered at his feet. He picks up one blood-soaked page and looks it over. It is a list of all the children who had been abducted. The plan had been in place for some time, long enough that many of his superiors and fellow soldiers were likely victims of it. They had been stolen from other countries, incorporated into a new nation, and given fake lives, just as he had been. Unable to collect his chaotic thoughts, he finds himself presented with a cruel truth. By killing a man who was supposed to be on his side, he finds himself with nothing left to trust. Not his country, not his fellow soldiers, and not even himself. Anger, sadness, unease, fear. All these emotions swirl and churn in his heart. So then, what should I live for? The words that spill from his quivering lips are quickly swallowed up by the darkness.
Right. Yeah, that's Lars's backstory. Or a part of it. Basically, he was one of the children that was taken away and lived a fake life. And what happened was, in his fake life, the parents who he thought was his real parents ended up getting killed by like a military unit, by this military officer or captain. So Lars, as he grew up, wanted to exact revenge on that same person, but then he later discovers that that same guy that killed his fake parents was actually his real dad. His real dad wanted to find Lars and bring him back home, but Lars unknowingly killed him. So Lars has gone through quite some shit. So that's when he found out about, and right there, him looking through the vault and stuff. I imagine that takes place after he makes. Obviously, it takes place after he makes the revelation that the officer that killed his fake parents was actually his real dad. And with that, we can finally get his character right here. So let's clear this. Let's actually clear this. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, Lars he's a young kid, so he doesn't know how to keep his emotions in check. Kind of acts on emotion for the most part. Him and Griff are in the same timeline or world, I guess. Griff is his captain. Oh, his captain of the unit that he's a part of. So that's 1 of 10. I mean, 1 of 11 done. But the others, from Staryu all the way to 10H, it's gonna take a while.
Prepared to beg for your life?
Because I gotta farm for those materials. And 1,000 skip tickets, not going to be enough.
How annoying.
Oh, there he is.
Out to anger me, are you?
Reborn Truant. There he is. Sweet. And I think for Griff, it's the same, where I just need to go through one more of his chapter. But just like Lars, I don't remember what happened in the first 3 chapters. There you go. He's done. Go to weapons. Griff's is a gun. I believe it's this one. Alright, he's at stage 9. Okay, yeah, I have tons of material for him. There we go. Stage 10. Final one. And boom. Handgun of Aid. Trial hard mode, which gives us a character. Here we go. It's probably going to take a while to load again here. See, now when it comes to evolving these weapons, it does take up quite a bit of materials. But that's just from evolving it. Everything else, like ascending it and then the skill levels and stuff, that can take a lot. That can take a while.
Though it came at the cost of everything, the young man is finally a hero. For despite the sacrifices required, the enemy had withdrawn. The young man is given time off to recuperate, which is how he finds himself with nothing to do. Or perhaps it is more apt to say there is nothing he can do. Day after day, he hides in his house and attempts to drown his sorrows with strong drink. Empty bottles lie scattered across his floor. Rats run to and fro amidst the refuse and spoil. He wakes up, grabs a bottle, and drinks until he passes out. When he comes to, he begins the process all over again. If that was his entire life, it might be all right. But he sees flashbacks to the battle in his sleep, and these nightmares torture him. The battleground, the faces of enemies he killed, his squad mates dying before his eyes, his instructor, his best friend, the captain, all of them die in his arms. Day after day, 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 the nightmares play on repeat, bringing his life to a halt. If only I hadn't made that suggestion. If only I hadn't ignored my orders. If only, if only, if only. His world becomes an endless spiral of regret. Was there even a point to what I did? Do I feel pride in what I did? Was there justice to what I did? Is this all because of my selfishness? Because of a goddamn medal? Maybe I should just end it all. He drunkenly loads bullets into his gun, raises the muzzle to his temple, and stands. He places his finger on the trigger, closes his eyes, and breathes in a lungful of stale air. Hold on, everyone. I'm coming. He moves to pull the trigger, but he is drunker than he imagines, and with his eyes closed, his balance flees and sends him crashing into a nearby table. When he opens his eyes, he sees a familiar envelope. It is the kind used for notices by the military's highest-ranking officials. Inside is an official letter congratulating him on annihilating the enemy and announcing that he will be rewarded with a Medal of Honor and promotion to captain. Ridiculous, mutters the young man. Goddamn ridiculous. I'm only alive because the rest of them saved me. Seeing the letter again reminds him that the ceremony is tomorrow. Finally, he takes a handful of sleeping pills and falls into bed. He dreams. It is the same dream as ever. A dream of that day. But this time, it does not begin after the battle. Instead, it begins before he set off to face the enemy on his own. No, I won't make the same mistake again. This time, he does not initiate his plan. Instead, he remains at the base and kills every last enemy soldier he sees, swearing he will make sure they never kill again. He slays as if in the grip of madness. Enemy soldiers fall, so many he cannot count their number. But it doesn't matter. He will do anything to save his brothers. Suddenly, he looks out and sees the faces of the people he has been slaughtering. They are all part of his squad. His instructor, his friend, his captain. He killed them with his own hands once more. With a short cry, the young man finally understands. I'll never be able to save them, no matter what I do. The sickening dream wakes him up. The morning sun streams in through the window. It is the day of the medal ceremony, the day of what he thought was his dearest wish. What meaning can there be in someone who wiped out his own squad accepting a medal? How can he face their memory? And when the ceremony is over, he will be a captain, a leader with troops of his own. What do I do, Captain? How do I atone for my sins? He asks himself this as he puts on his formal dress uniform. As he stares at himself in the mirror for the first time in a very long while, he sees how emaciated he has become. With heavy steps, he turns his back on the ghost in the glass and makes his way to the ceremonial venue, almost as though it is his redemption.
Dang. That's rough. Yep, and that's why he is who he is today. Always issuing retreat orders for his squad, or his unit, platoon, whichever term you want to use. in order to save them, in order to keep them alive. And because of that, he becomes the center of ridicule, being nicknamed Captain Craven because he's a coward. But he does so as a way to keep everyone safe. That's his way of atoning. Damn, man. See that part where he put the gun to his head, man? I shut my eyes closed. Like wincing. I was like, oh, don't do it, dude. Of course he doesn't do it. But man. That's Griff, 2 of 11. Griff has got some trauma. He's got that PTSD going for him. Big
Let's
room.
Get this slaughter show on the road. How annoying. Come on, just die already.
Has been. Damn. Actually, now that I got them, let me actually read up on something real quick on them. Because alongside these weapons having their own weapon stories that you can read as you evolve them and stuff, there's also character descriptions on these guys. The bottom of the list. Here, let me just sort it, that'll be faster. Newest. Start with Lars. Show story. This is the story of when the lonely boy arrived at a certain truth. The boy finally fulfilled the revenge he had long been seeking, but the truth he earned as his reward snatched away all he had trusted in thus far. Family, love, effort, hatred, sadness, anger, trust, hope, all were swallowed up by somber reality. This is the story of when the ambitious young man was yet a foot soldier. He had long dreamed of a Medal of Honor, so he ignored orders and struck out for glory, and the price of his actions was the lives of his comrades. But the medal was given to him despite the fact his actions had killed dozens. When this happened, he no longer knew the meaning of honor, and so began a desperate search for the answer. Yep. Just real quick here. Let me just ascend this. It was the last one to ascend here. There we go. That's Lars for you. And Griff. Now the next is... let me just go through each of them one by one. So definitely not... So this is Lavania's weapon, I think. Yeah, this is 063Y. Demos. This is Fio. F66X. Rion, I think. Griff. Gale. Noel. Argo. Lars. Akeha. Okay. So then the ones that I haven't done yet are like at the bottom of the list here. Here, I'll just do this. Bada bing, bada boom. So let's see. Alright, these with the, like, with this cube symbol and the purple icon with it, those are the ones. So we're gonna do in the order of, from top to bottom, like I said. So the next person should be... I should lock these weapons, eh? This is Udil's weapon. This is Hina's. This is 10H. And this one is Yuzuki. So the next one should be Saryu, which is right here. And yeah, these have weapon stories too. After getting top marks, the principal gave me an award in front of the school, an ancient staff that was apparently created by an archmage of legend. That's not enough material. Specifically this. I think the next chapter of her story comes at stage 4? Yes. Oh, never mind. This next one will be it. Yeah, I don't remember what happened in the first chapter. Maybe going through the second one here will give me a refresher, maybe? The Day I Was Born, Part 2.
After passing through the stonework city, the girl's vision fills with green. The air on her skin feels different somehow. Brisker. She is making her way back to her hometown. A few days earlier, she went to her teacher and revealed the contents of the letter. She told how her mother had taken ill, and she explained that the hospital had asked her to come out so they could go over the issue in person. After hearing this, her teacher granted permission for the journey. As the scenery continues to change, the girl begins to recognize more and more of her old home. A sense of nostalgia weighs heavy on her heart. She had been nervous in the days leading up to her departure. So much so that her teacher had given her some kind words as she departed. Try not to worry. I'm certain everything will be all right. And I know your mother will be thrilled to see you. But her mother is the very thing casting the shadow on the girl's heart. Not because she is sick. Oh no. That is not it at all. It is because of what she did. The girl does not think of the woman who birthed her as her mother. To tell the truth, she barely thinks of her at all. Because she also remembers something else her mother once told her. I wish you had never been born. For these reasons, the thought of returning home fills the girl with a quiet, gnawing dread. The closer she gets to her destination, the heavier her legs grow. The image of her mother, so successfully pushed down for so long, begins to take unwelcome root in her mind, and awful memories start roiling in the deepest crevices of her heart. Despite the sunlight beaming down on her, the girl's sweat is cold. The straps of her damp leather bag are stained a dusky brown. The hospital looms before her like a challenge, and her mother awaits inside. Trees rustle in the breeze outside the hospital doors. Bright orange fruit hangs heavy from thin branches. The girl stares at it and recalls a time, long ago, when she came here with her mother. This fruit was ripe then too. It caught my eye, so I reached out to grab one that had fallen to the ground. But when my mother noticed, she smacked me in the hand with her cane. I cried. No, I didn't cry. I sobbed, and all my mother could do was glare at me. A ghostly pain from that long-ago day flashes through the back of her hand, and she quickly shakes it off. She wraps her fingers around the doorknob and pulls it open. An empty reception desk sits sadly in the lobby. Not knowing what else to do, she begins wandering the halls in search of her mother's room. But the rest of the building is as empty as the lobby. The entire hospital stands cold and forgotten, almost as if it is ready to dry up and blow away in the breeze. She walks from one hallway to the next, opening doors and peering around corners, but finds only solitude. All that moves in this place are the thin white curtains on the windows. The girl begins to feel as though she has been left behind, and unease wells up inside her. The afternoon is warm, languid, tranquil. If the breeze were to stop, there would be no way to tell that time was still passing. She makes her way down a long corridor, counting numbers as she goes. 103, 104, 105, 106, 107. Her mother's room. Or at least the room where she is supposed to be. The girl gently pushes a door that swings on silent hinges and peers into the room. A lone woman sits upright in bed, facing away from her as she gazes out the window. Her mother. Despite the grim news contained in the letter, her posture seems firm, though her figure seems to have diminished a bit since the girl had seen her last. Or perhaps it is simply that she herself has grown. Her imagination begins to whirl. She pictures what her mother will look like when she finally turns around. How she will sound. What she might say. With her head hanging low, she braces herself for whatever is to come. It's all right. she thinks. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing to be afraid of. But the girl knows. She cannot stand in place forever. She slowly moves forward, sliding her feet across the floor in an attempt to hide their sound. One step. And another. After another step, her mother starts to rotate her head. Another step later, and now she is facing her. It is nothing at all like the girl imagined. Her mother's face is calm. After a moment, a childlike expression of glee moves across her features, and she begins to speak. "Oh, Grandma, I'm so happy you're here."
Does she have... Huh. Interesting. I forgot what that condition is called, where they would, like, forget. It's not amnesia. It's something else. Can't remember what it's called. Okay, I have the materials, I just have to level it up. Do I have staff EXP? I do. Tons of it, actually. Perfect. Let's read this. It is said that the Archmage who created the staff placed their own soul into it by means of an ancient reincarnation spell available only to the greatest of magic users. Alright, now I need more material here. I need 6 more of those. I need to do a lot. Might as well clear this too. Clear this dark trial. And get the material for her, for the weapon. But yeah, I don't think the amount of tickets I have will be enough to get everyone in one go here in one stream. So some of these I may have to like do an auto battle and like let it play. But I don't know if I want to do that on stream, mainly because it's just, I mean, I don't know. Grandma, huh?
Prepared to beg for your life.
Do 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 do. What did I get? Normal, normal, normal. Okay. Okay, at least those will have increased drops for rewards. So gotta go clear those 3 now. Alright. Start with this one. Come on, you can do it. You can get past. There you go. Now, if I manage to get everyone's Dark Memory chapters in this one stream, which I don't
Prepare to
think
beg for your life.
what might happen, but if it does, then tomorrow I'll be playing 14.
My thanks.
I'll play 14 for tomorrow. But if it's not enough for today, then I might stream this again tomorrow, but it'll probably, it might end up being shorter. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. But that's what I plan on doing.
How annoying.
Yes. Let's. How many is those? 6. That's good. Visiting the library. All right, now these two. One rewards dark coins, the other one rewards just tickets. But I'll be getting the coins instead. Now I can grab ascension stuff for the characters themselves. It's just the weapons when it comes to getting them all the way to their maximum potential, like level 90 and then all their skills to level 15 and stuff. And that's gonna take a while. That's gonna take a lot of materials. Man, I remember when with these dark memory quests, they didn't have that like skip button for all the daily ones. So you would have to do them like all one by one. I remember that shit. Man, it was so tedious. So thank God they have that. They added that
Let's
skip
press on
thing along long after soon after.
Hope you don't regret this.
Only just one of her. Dun, 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 dun. Today's snack 3. Today we recommend the baked apple. Eat it warm right out of the oven and bask in the irresistibly fragrant scent. That's like the third time I've seen like a note that involves apple. There was another one that talked about apple pie. I mean, apple pie sure is delicious. That's for sure. I won't deny that. Bum, 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 bum.
Let's press on through.
Out to anger me, are you?
Don't waste my time.
Wait, one again, hey? Do these just drop only one at a time? Ugh. That's kind of lame. Dun 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 dun. dun, 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 dun. Can I? Do I have enough just to evolve this one time? Maybe. Oh shit! Now it's up on the list. Crap. I wish there was a way to sort this out by dark memory weapons. Ugh. How do I? I guess I just have to do this. Let's see. Oh wait, that's lances. Whoops. There we go. Staff. That's Rion's. This one. Oh wait, no, that's not Rion's. Wait, yeah, that was. Wait, when? Where is it? I got so confused just then. Oh, there it is. Only enough for this one level. Oh, there we go. We got the next story. Never mind, we didn't get the next story. I guess we just gotta farm. We need 38 for this one. It's a total of 40, but I already have 2 of them, so we just need 38. So also this just grants coins. A ton of coins, actually. Okay, guess we'll do this then, real quick. Ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum.
Prepared to beg for your life?
Dun, 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 dun. Hang on, let me put this on high quality. Alright, yeah. It's just... yeah, it's a lot smoother in FPS. We'll stick with high for the time being.
Well done.
Dun, 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 dun,
Don't waste my time.
dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, a lot more unlocked. Holy shit. Sweet. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, Dark Lair hard mode. This will be easy. 90k, no problem. I got 440k. Well, really 441k. If you round it. All set to go. Dun, dun.
Prepare to beg for your life.
Well, the frames are back to being a bit choppy here. It's no big deal. As long as the audio is keeping up with the animation, or rather the animation keeping up with the audio, then we're good. If it's well synced, then it's no problem for me. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Dum, dum. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Ooh, that's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's pretty good. There needs to be, I wonder if there is something, I wonder if someone like on YouTube has put together like and the entire like OST into one like mix on YouTube, just into like a 1 hour, 2 hour mix. Because if that exists, I'm 100% gonna give that a like, and I'll be listening to that like every day. And again, I do have the CDs, so. Switch over to the dark. Yeah, let's quickly change this back. Change from 10H back to Yuzuki. Actually, I think 10H is okay on this. That way when these two, that way when Zeraphym doesn't have the like, I forget what the buff is called. But she has like this invincibility buff or whatever. Can't remember what it's called. What is it called? Dauntless. That's what it is. Where she can survive with just 1 point of health. When that goes away, and Udil here can apply that too with his ultimate skill or whatever. But when those aren't available, And H can just keep up the heals. This is actually fine. The only thing I would need to change with 10H is just her memoirs. Because I think the memoirs are like an offensive set I have on. Maybe something like the skill cooldown, maybe.
Run if you can.
Oh, well, there's the lyrics or vocals.
Here I go. Mada tsuzuku no?
Only 2? Well, it's better than the other ones. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, this OST had vocals in it? What the heck? I think that was like the first time I've ever heard it with vocals. Or at least I don't remember hearing vocals in that song. Huh.
You should leave before I change my mind.
Oh, come on. Just die already.
No, there's the OST again.
I hope we can do this.
Ding, 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 ding. Oh yeah, I never heard this with vocals before. That's cool. That's all of it. Okay. Okay, do hard mode. I need 40. How many do I have? 15. Okay. Let's do 20 skips. Let's do 20. Oh, we got 30 total. Nice, 45. Okay. Go to enhance. Weapons. Da-da-dun, 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 da-da-dun. Bum, 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 bum. This music's OST, man. It's always the Square Enix games that have good OSTs. Divine Staff level 3. Alright. Part 3. The Day I Was Born, Part 3. Alright, let's enjoy it. Enjoy. For a dark story,
Gentle sunlight fills the white room. Thin curtains dance on the wind. Alone, the girl and her mother face each other. The older woman's expression is the pure joy of a child. It is so different from the image the girl has carried heavy in her memory for all this time. She wonders briefly if this is even her real mother. And the thought makes ice run in her veins. The mother of her memory is stern, cold, unfeeling. The thought of a smile from such a woman is folly. Even when the girl truly needed help, her mother would turn away and walk off without a word. Never had she reached down to help her up. Not once. But now... "I'm sorry," says a sudden voice from behind the girl. She whirls around to find an elderly man, clad in a crisp doctor's coat. "I'm sorry I could not be here to meet you in person," he continues. "We've just been so very understaffed lately." "Oh, that's all right," manages the girl. Before she can say more, the doctor takes a breath and begins to explain her mother's condition. Something had gone terribly wrong with the cognitive functions in her brain, causing her to collapse. She had been discovered in her home a few days prior, but by the time they found her, she was too far gone. Despite the best treatment they could muster, Her brain function had not recovered. Her state of mind had reverted to that of her own childhood. The more the doctor tells her, the more the girl's mind reels. He seems to sense her discomfort, but his profession demands a certain clinical nature, so he soldiers on. It is perhaps a bit cruel to say this to a child, but I feel you have the right to know. He takes a breath, then another. We do not know how much time your mother has left, and if it is possible, we would like you to stay with her until the end. He stops talking then, and waits. After a pause the length of an age, the girl tells him she will need some time to think. He nods and leaves her alone with her thoughts, and alone with her mother. Origami stars and animals are taped to the walls. Balloons hang brightly in one corner. Her mother's room has been decorated like the play area of a child. The girl stares at one of the stars. Did my mother make this? Did she make all of these? Behind her, her mother opens a desk drawer. After a bit of rustling, she pulls out a few sheets of origami paper. "Let's make something," she cries happily. "I'm so good at it. Come on, please." She tugs on her daughter's clothing as she speaks. The girl can't believe her eyes. Her mother, the same woman to whom a smile was a forbidden thing, was now pleading for attention. It's too much. It's all just too much. With a sudden cry, the girl smacks her mother's hand away. The reaction makes the older woman burst into tears. This is who I was afraid of all these years? This pathetic creature. The girl's bewilderment finally gives way to rage. Her mother had caused her so much grief, so much pain. And for what purpose? To what end? As she stares at the sobbing thing before her, she wishes it would just hurry up and die. Am I a terrible daughter? Terrible person? The girl does not know the answers to these questions. She knows only that she cannot come up with even a single kind word for her mother. So instead, she stands in place and listens to the sound of her weeping echo off the stale hospital walls.
Whoa. Yeah, that's complicated. Yeah. I can understand the hatred she feels towards her mom after what she's been through with her. So it's like you got a mix of emotions when someone who's just vehemently shown so much like dislike towards you and whatnot. It's hard to feel any sort of sympathy for them when they go through something themselves. And sorry, in this case, Saria's mom essentially just regressed. her mind regressed to that of a child's. That reminds me of and I always mention 14 in almost every stream, but like it reminds me of back in Stormblood expansion with Yotsuyu. So it's tough to forgive someone who's treated you like shit for so long. In Saryu's case, for most of her life. Let's try 30. Perfect. Okay, here it is at the top of the list. $70 now. Okay. Let's try 40 this time. Then maybe I might get 30 extra ones. 40 is guaranteed. You get one guaranteed for every run. And then you have a chance of picking up another one as a bonus. So maybe I get 30 in return here? 20. 6 off, hey? Okay. I'll just go for 6. Got an additional 9 with that. I'm trying to save as much skip tickets as I can for this stuff. Alright, one more. 100. Just need one more now. We'll try 50 tickets. I have plenty of stamina for it. It's just the tickets. Wish I had way more. 50. 3 off. Wow. There we go. And with this, Saryu is now done. Also, I didn't read the third part of the story. I knew great magical and life force would be required to make the staff obey the caster, so I began to better myself so I might put it to use. Boom. Complete. There we go. Let's see how this concludes. The Day I Was Born, Part 4.
The girl sits in a rough wooden chair and stares out the window. Days have passed since the shocking meeting with her mother, and she has yet to fully grasp the reality of the situation. But after speaking with the doctor, it was decided that she would stay at the hospital, at least for a little while. A letter was drafted to explain the circumstances and sent to her school. And against all odds, the doctor's kind and continuous treatment begins to have an effect. her mother's mind begins to age, moving from that of a child to that of an adult. And though it is a strange and bewildering time for the girl, she sits by her mother's side through it all. At first, it seemed as though there was no hope. But after a week, her expression changes. It becomes more mature, and she begins to speak of romance. Over the span of a few weeks, the girl watches her mother gradually grow up. She now has the mental age of a young adult. Her mother loved origami as a child. Her mother hated bugs as a teenager. Her mother still hates carrots as an adult. The woman before her is always soft, always kind. But it is not the sort of kindness a mother shows her daughter. One day, her mother awakens in a terrible state. Her voice is the picture of confusion and helplessness. "Stay with me, Grandma. Please stay with me." The girl meets her mother's gaze calmly. She summons her courage. "Of course," she finally replies. "I'll be right here." Her mother has never called her anything but Grandma. Perhaps in her mind, she is not even a mother yet. Which means that, in her mind, the girl does not actually exist. All of this lies heavy on the girl's mind. I hated my mother, and I thought she hated me. Did I ever want to be close to her? And did she ever want to be close to me? But the answers remain always out of reach. Another week goes by, and her mother's condition takes a turn for the worse. Her arms are as weak and thin as the branches of the fruit tree outside the hospital. She slips in and out of consciousness. The doctor pulls the girl aside and says he does not expect her to live through the night. So the girl stays by her side through the long dark, holding her wrinkled hand all the while. The only light is the dim glow of an indifferent moon. It illuminates her mother's pained expression as she moans in her sleep. Suddenly her eyelids twitch open. "Do you want some water?" asks the girl. Her mother shakes her head. She opens her mouth as if to speak. Something is clearly troubling her. "I have to talk to you, Grandma," she says finally. Though weak, her mature voice carries the air of a childhood secret. The girl merely nods, waiting for her to continue. She begins to speak of children, and how conflicted she is by the idea. "I don't want a baby," she says. There it is. There it is. Her mother had never wanted her. Not ever. If her mother notices the pained expression and lowered head of her daughter, she pays it no mind and continues to speak. She tells of how she began having problems when she was a young woman. After a while, she finally sought medical help, and in time, she was diagnosed with a mental illness. It was this diagnosis that caused her husband to abandon her. The girl raises her head. She had no idea about this, about any of it. She had spent but a short time with her mother and had not been nearly old enough to understand the truth of complex adult affairs. Even now, the story is so complicated that it threatens to blow away from her at any moment. She talks of how her illness will eat away at her, how it will change her, how it will hurt her, and everyone she cares for. She worries about this. She worries without ceasing or pause. If she were to ever have a child, she would surely hurt them as well. Despite how much, despite how very much, she loves the child that lies inside her now. Wet heat drips down the girl's cheeks. It falls to the floor like slow rain as she listens to her mother's confession. The girl's anger and hatred finally begin to escape her body in the form of small drops at the corners of her eyes. Finally, her mother sighs and lays back. She closes her eyes. Every worry of a life, every worry of a million lifetimes, seems to have contained itself in the dark circles beneath her eyes. The room grows silent as the girl squeezes her hand. And for the first time since she came to the hospital, for the first time in so long, she says, "Mom." Dawn breaks after an endless night. It is the girl's birthday. Bright, cheerful sunlight pours over her hometown. The girl blocks it out with one unsteady hand as she stares out the window. She has changed since she came here. Grown. Matured. Today, the girl's birthday will be celebrated in the form of a farewell. She dons a pure white dress of mourning and prepares to see her mom for the very last time.
I see. So the mom only did that just to... Man. I don't think that was... I still don't think that was the right move, though. I think you should have... I don't think that was the right move for the mom. If I'm understanding it right, she was pushing away her daughter because she didn't want to, like, have her daughter worry too much about the mental illness that the mom had and stuff. I think that's what I'm understanding from that. But if that is the case, I don't think that was the right thing. I guess if she had just come out and told her about the mental illness, then Saryu wouldn't have gone to the school and all that stuff. She would have stayed with her mom to look after her. I still feel like you would, knowing that this illness would eventually, take you, I feel like you should take every little moment, every minute, every second of every day to spend time with the ones closest to you, you know? That's sad. But when I felt my life force being drained into the staff, terror gripped my heart. Finally, I returned it to the principal, who received it with a vexed look on their face. Oh, wow. This staff drains you. Drains your life away. That was sad, though. I wonder if a mental illness like that actually does exist. That'd be kind of scary. Oh, whoops. Alright. Clear this, and we get the character for her. It's been an hour and... about an hour and a half, an hour 40-ish. We got only 3 characters cleared through. Right, it doesn't seem like it'll take at this. It doesn't seem like it'll take super long then. Well, at least until I run out of skip tickets. Man, that's really making me think. It's kind of sad. Not kind of sad, that's really sad.
Prepared to beg for your life? Don't waste my time. Well done. How annoying. Come, I'll cut you down.
Reborn sorceress. Not witch, sorceress. Sorceress has a hint of elegance with that name. Dun 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 dun. Dum 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 dum. All right, let's take a look at her. All right, here she is. After returning home for the first time in a long while, the adolescent girl found that her sickly mother no longer knew her. However, she still spoke hazily of the love and worries she harbored for her daughter. For so long, the daughter had thought her mother hated her, but now she reached out and gently grasped the other woman's hand. And on her birthday, she found herself clad in a white dress and making her way to the church to say goodbye to her mom for one last time. I added the one in there. Don't know why. I felt like it was... I don't know why. Huh. I'm only missing 4 Saryu outfits from her. Alrighty. So now the next one is... Priyet. The Werebeast. One from the same timeline as Saryu. The bespectacled girl. Who was in love with Saryu. There it is. About the same amount as Saryu as I had for Saryu 70 here. Okay, stage 5 is we get chapter 2. Or part 2. Same difference. Same thing. Void Gleam Fists. Alrighty. Again, I don't remember what part 1 was. I forgot. Lost in a Beautiful World, part 2.
Two girls walk through a forest bathed in the light of the afternoon sun. One wears a pair of thick glasses, while the other boasts a head of beautiful silver hair. As they walk, the silver-haired girl ponders what her best friend said to her a moment before. She wants to go to the land of magic? How am I supposed to take her there for her birthday when I don't even know what it is? The bespectacled girl had always been a bit of an odd duck compared to the rest of her classmates, so having her blurt out such a request wasn't totally unexpected. "I'm sorry," she says. "Was that a weird thing to ask for?" "I mean, I guess I've heard weirder," replies her friend with a small chuckle. "So tell me about this land of magic. What kind of place is it?" The girl pauses before replying, considering what the place means to her. Well, I guess it's a place where everyone can just live as themselves. There's no war, no fighting, no poverty. It's a place where people can live out their dreams, no matter who they are. Uncomfortable with talking at such length, the girl hastens to finish her tale. "I know it doesn't really exist. I just thought it might be fun for us to, pretend." Her friend nods as she considers this, then grips her staff with enthusiasm. "Well, if we're just playing pretend..." A brilliant light suddenly floods out from the staff. A rainbow of colors explodes in the air, winding its way around the trees. After a moment, an archway shimmers into existence before them. The bespectacled girl is captivated by her friend's ability. Lowering her staff, the other girl stands in front of the arch and extends her hand. Her friend takes it shyly, almost as if she's afraid it might fade out of existence. As they step through the archway, they find themselves in an infinite white space without borders or decoration. "So, here you go," says the silver-haired girl. "This is where we'll create the land of magic." The pair erupt in a series of giggles as joy floods across their features. Then they lift their staves and begin to paint. Fish swim across the sky. Flying carpets explode into view. Rainbow canopies hang overhead. We can do whatever we want. There's no one here to stop us. I can sing as loud as I like. I'm free here. We're free. The arch connecting them to the real world grows smaller and smaller as they cavort through their new playground. Finally, they both collapse on a flying carpet, lying on their backs and looking up at the multicolored sky. "This is the best present ever," says the bespectacled girl. "I'm glad you like it," replies her friend. Time becomes a slippery thing as they lie there. 1 minute passes, then many more. The silver-haired girl thinks back to when they were standing in the wood. She recalls what her best friend said to her. She wanted this to be a place where you could just live as yourself. If that kind of thing was possible, what would it be like for the people who lived here? What's it like to really embrace your true self, to have that kind of freedom?
And how would I feel if I had a chance at that kind of life? Having considered this, she turns to her friend and props herself up on an elbow. I think living in the land of magic would make me super nervous. Her friend makes a small hum of response. I'm already nervous all the time. I guess I've never been much good at, you know, living. Especially at school. Nothing ever goes right for me there. I think that's why I wanted to just get away from it for an afternoon. An easy silence settles over the pair. In it, the bespectacled girl's mind whirls. The future is so big and scary, but I'll have this moment forever. But I wish there was a way I could make it perfect. Kind of perfect where I could always look back on it without any regrets.
I wonder how this will take a turn. Each and every one of these always had some sort of twist. Except for, I think if I remember right, except for Akeha? Akeha's dark memories was like, dark memory parts were about her living a normal life with another person, with another girl. I could be misremembering. Fist weapons, flexible weapon. Oh. Land of Magics. Need 11. I only got some trials here unlocked too. I at least want to go through Priyet's dark memory story, and then Marie and Yuri. That's what I want to. I think that's what my goal is, because so far, we've been through 3 characters already, but the first 2 there was only like one more part to go through with those. I think what I should do is when I unlock like hard mode and whatever, just do that. And the other ones like normal mode and whatnot and the EX ticket, I'll leave alone and just clear those in my own free time. Clearing this will unlock the Dark Coin and EX ticket normal mode. And I think evolving the weapon to a certain I can't remember which stage. That'll unlock another Dark Trial, which will then unlock the hard variants of Dark Coins and EX Ticket. I think for now I'll just clear only the Dark Coin ones. At this point, the only reason why I would go for the EX ticket one is just for the gems.
Let's get this slaughter show on the road.
Oh, excuse me.
I hope we can do this.
Come on. Just die already.
Please, no.
Normal, normal, and then the layer normal. Layer will give us maybe like 6 or 7 of the Priet things. And then we'll just clear the dark coin. I think I'm just going to preemptively just collect like maybe 100 of that material. Though I don't have to keep going back and forth to check what's needed. I think I might put the settings down to medium here. Maybe it'll help speed things up. Maybe.
You should leave before I change.
Thank you.
Out to anger me, are you?
How annoying.
Oh, this only gave me 3. Well, that's a bit disappointing. Damn. Dum, dum. Dum, da-da-dum. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. All right. Clear this. How many do I have? 22? Yeah, that's definitely not enough. I think I need like 50. I think.
Here I go.
Out to anger me, are you?
Here I go.
Oh wait, right. I said I was gonna put this to medium. I forgot to do that. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-bum, ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-bum, bum, dum, bum. All right. Ask for it. I'll see how much I need. Where is it? It's a higher rarity now, so there it is. Oh, 30. I just need 30. And then it goes to 40, and then 50, and then 60. Right? This is on stage 6 right now. So 7 needs 30, and 8 needs 40, 9 needs 50. Am I counting it right? It is just hard mode that gives most, right? Okay, so once I unlock hard mode, I'm just gonna get like a bunch. We just need 7. I mean, I could just clear this too, and I just get one free one. Screw it, fine. I'll just clear them all, whatever. Just continue on what I've been doing from the start. Ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-dum.
You should leave before I change my mind.
Oh. Excuse me.
Out to anger me, are you?
Only 2. So I just need 5 more now. The yawns are coming in. Dun 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 dun. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then maybe a few extras? 3 extras. Look at Priya with the little crown on their head. That's so cute. Nice. Trial and normal. So now we need 40. And I think this trial here will unlock hard mode. And that will make farming a lot easier. Yeah, I mean, nothing really much during these battles here. It's just quick and easy. As I said before, this game's main, I guess, selling point is the story, not the gameplay. Gameplay is as cut and dry as you can get. Excuse me. Oh. Well hungry, so I have myself a protein bar.
Let's get this slaughter show on the road.
can do this.
Make her a little crown. So cute.
That's exciting.
Nice. And sometimes these load times here take just as long, take longer than the fights themselves. Holy. Sometimes. Sometimes. Right, so we just need 40 of these, eh? This one should give like maybe 5 to 7 or 8. Maybe. Hopefully. Hmm.
You should leave before I change my mind. Not done yet. Don't waste my time.
Out to anger me, are you?
That's a lot. 7. Or 8. Not bad. That's a daily thing, too. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Do this one. Light. I've noticed too, a lot of my teams. Okay, so Akeha, Akeha, no, and no. But Sarapha. Only one Fio. Yuri, 2 Yuri, 3 Yuri. 3 Yuri and 2 Saryus. It's always them. Aka is there because I actually just really do like Aka. But Zeraphym seems to always be the one unit that just... the one character that gets, like, really good costumes. Like, really strong variants. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry. Got a bit of the food stuck in my throat.
Prepared to beg for your life. Serves you right.
Thank you. Here I go.
Next. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's like 2 different versions with vocals. One with male vocals and one with female vocals there. I wonder what it sounds like when it's all put together. Drinking water here. Clear my throat here. Ugh.
Mendoksa.
Hope you don't regret this.
Here I go.
It's always this OST. It's so catchy though. Dum 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 dum. See, there's the male choir here. Bum, 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 bum. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so now let's just farm it out. I could have just hit like try again, but like I don't want to sit through battles one by one, right? Obviously it's quicker to just skip. So I need 40, hey? I need 26. Easy. I'll just do 20. I'll just do 20. And we get another 21 on top of that. Ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Whoops. I think right here we get a next part 3. Yep. All right, here we go. Lost in a Beautiful World Part 3.
A disembodied melody drifts through the air. The scent of flowers floats on the breeze. Soft sunlight envelops them like wisps of cotton candy. The bespectacled girl is walking with light, airy steps. The silver-haired girl follows close behind. They are in the land of magic, a place created by their own hands. They used their magic to paint the land however they liked, filling it with vibrant color and images. A rainbow canopy stretches across the sky, illuminating the world in colors so beautiful, the mind lacks words to describe them. As they walk, the girls leave 2 sets of perfect footprints in the star-shaped sand covering the ground. So how far does this go? Asks the bespectacled girl. Her friend considers this for a moment. Actually, I don't even know. The other girl nods and keeps walking, as if the answer was inconsequential one way or the other. Her friend smiles to herself and maintains her pace. As they move, the scenery slowly begins to change. 10 minutes ago, they had been walking on the shoreline of an endless blue ocean. But now it has transformed into a field of brilliant white flowers that stretches off to the horizon. The flowers are shaped like little trumpets. Halting for a moment, the bespectacled girl plucks one and tucks it behind her friend's ear. The other girl reaches up to touch it, a sense of wonder on her face. It looks great on you. Really? Oh, that gives me an idea. We should make a flower crown. The girls grin at each other and clasp each other's hands tightly. They then drop to their knees and begin assembling their new creation. It begins taking shape in a flurry of petals and stems and roots. the expression on the girls' faces is one of utter joy. As always happens with simple, repetitive tasks, they begin to talk as they work. The volume soon heightens as they chatter on about this and that. But eventually, the topic turns to the day of pledging. It is a traditional ceremony for all who practice magic. The purpose is to bring two magic users together in order to share their talents and create an even more powerful system. But for a pledge to work, the pair must already share a deep spiritual bond. They must have each opened their hearts to the other. The two girls imagine what that day will be like. A picture of the occasion forms in their minds. Two people dressed in ceremonial finery stand across from each other. They exchange avowal rings, the symbol of the pledge. Perhaps they even kiss when it is complete. This is all speculation. Pledges occur in secrecy, so neither girl has ever seen one. But that secrecy only encourages their imaginations to run even wilder. As they talk, the flower crown comes to a sort of completion. While not the prettiest thing ever made, it comes from the heart, which makes it precious. The silver-haired girl gently places it atop her friend's head. It looks lovely on you. I bet you'll wear something like this on your wedding day. The other girl smiles clumsily in response. Hey, so maybe we should practice our own day of pledging, she says in a rush. I mean, since we're here and all. Didn't some dead guy decide that a pledge can only be made between a boy and a girl? Responds the silver-haired girl. Well, I could be the boy. I mean, if you want. The other girl nods, and the pair climb to their feet. They then begin preparing for the event.
I didn't realize this OST had vocals in it too. Okay. No flexible weapon. Alright. Last few stages to go through. We gotta get to 9, 10, and then the very final one. 55. So I'll run 30. I'll do 30. Hopefully that'll be enough. Hopefully I end up getting like 20 something afterwards. At least I'm getting a lot of dark coins out of it. But it's just enough. Here, I'll do another, like, go at it. Yeah, then maybe the full, no, not the full 100. That might be a little too much. Let's do 40 right here. So that's 70 tickets total just used. Let's see what these 70 tickets, or see how far the 70 gets me here. Will they get me 2 stages? Oh, it gets me 2 stages. Alright. Now the last one I need, wow, 93. Obviously doing another 30 won't get me that. 50 won't get me it. We can, we'll do 50 though. Let's see. Maybe I'll get lucky with the drops here. Wow, 50-50. Holy shit, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Alright. Let's see how this concludes. It seems like it's like a nice little happy conclusion. I would assume, I would hope. A lot so far have been pretty sad, or dark. I'll look at the weapon story afterwards. Awesome. So that's 4 characters now. Well, I guess like 3.5, maybe. Since Lars and Griff only had one more part. Alright, part 4.
In the land of magic, existence is limited only by one's own imagination.
Oh, that's why she has the crown. I see.
And as the 2 girls stand facing each other with staves in hand, a new reality begins to emerge. After a moment, a white chapel slowly comes to life in the middle of the flower field. This is where they will practice for the day of pledging. So what do you think? Asks the silver-haired girl. It's nice, responds her friend, but I might change one thing. She offers a suggestion, and her friend responds with one of her own. In reality, neither of them have any idea if pledges are sealed in a chapel or not. But that unknowing does not bother them in the least. After a bit of back and forth, they decide to create a slightly more formal setting, one that holds a better sense of atmosphere. They end up simplifying the chapel, giving it a cozy gabled roof and a series of bright windows. The light filtering through the glass plays over the girls' features as they stand at the back of the chapel. Smiling nervously, they begin walking side by side up the aisle. It's comfortable in here, says the silver-haired girl. I really like it. Her friend nods, then turns to face her. Hold on, she says. You need a different outfit. She imagines a beautiful dress, one both classic and shapely. Seconds later, the garment materializes on her friend. Holy wow, breathes the silver-haired girl as she looks down at her new finery. I look good. Hold on, I'll make something for you. After a pause, a formal, princely garment shimmers to life on the bespectacled girl. It looks like something from a fairy tale, and is so perfect, she begins to giggle in spite of herself. What? Demands her friend. What is it? What's wrong? Nothing, I swear, says the girl between giggles, but her words do not seem to reassure her friend. To the bespectacled girl, her best friend is someone wiser and more mature than she could ever be. So seeing her childish imagination take flight fills her with indescribable joy. I'm sorry for laughing, she says. Can you ever forgive me? As she says this, she produces a silver avowal ring and holds it out to the other girl. It is the most beautiful thing she is capable of imagining, and it takes her friend's breath away. She can do nothing but stare at it, enthralled. It's perfect, she says finally. It makes me feel like this will actually happen someday. The bespectacled girl smiles and slips the ring onto her friend's finger. The other girl holds it up to the light, turning it this way and that. Perfect, she murmurs again. It's like I can actually feel it in my heart. This must be what it's like to get a real avowal ring. Her eyes sparkle, her smile beams. It is the exact moment the other girl has been hoping for. But then, the smile shatters. The chapel, the dress, the windows, all of it breaks apart into tiny motes of light before vanishing. The bespectacled girl reaches out. As the tips of her fingers brush her best friend's cheek, it too melts away into the dark. And when it is gone, all that remains is a pitiful beast standing in the gloom of an endless twilight wood, and a small silver ring. The silence is deafening. The beast drops to her knees, scoops up the ring, and clasps it to her breast. A pained smile crosses her face as she does so. "I'll see you again," she whispers. "I'll see you again when the sun rises."
Oh man. Oh man. That kind of hurts. Damn. For a second I thought they were like interrupted by someone, but then when it mentioned then I paid more attention to the phrase "her smile shatters." So I was like, "Oh, all of that was just conjured up by Priyet herself." Man, that's sad. So I'm guessing that takes place after Saryu's death. I'm guessing. Once upon a time, a prince and princess lived in neighboring countries. She was beautiful, cheerful, and beloved by all, while he was shy and quick to cry over even the slightest hurt. Eventually, they were married in order to seal a pact between their two nations. The princess was vexed by the princess first, but they soon formed a bond and unified their ambitions. But alas, the countries fell to war regardless. Just before the couple was forced to separate, the prince gave his love a silver ring, a sign they would meet again once the fighting came to an end. "Ah, my dolly! My dolly's hand broke just when it was getting good. I'll fix you, my love, I swear." Man, that just... I just want to give Priyet a hug. I'm sure, like, she deserves it. Plus, I think it would be a really nice cuddly hug. I mean, look at her. She's like a giant teddy bear. That's sad. And she's all on her lonesome. She's all by herself in the woods. Damn. I was wondering when it was gonna have like a twist, or if it was gonna. Man, I even said earlier, this Priyet's dark memory stories seem to be the more lighthearted. Nope. Nope. Literally back down to earth moment. Back to reality. Poor Priyet, man. Poor Priyet. Priya didn't really do anything wrong. And that's what I've noticed too, from Sun and Moon. All the Sun people, except for Hina, of course, but like Yadil, Marie, Priya, they didn't really do anything wrong.
You should leave before I change my mind.
Or rather, the fault doesn't really entirely lie with them.
I hope we can do this.
And that's why Priyat's got that gown on, or coat and the crown.
Please, no.
Reborn fiend. Come on, don't be calling Priya the fiend. Oh no. I feel so bad for her. Alright, that's Priya done. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get all characters into this unless I want to go for like freaking 5 hours. So going through both Saryu and Priyat here took me maybe an hour. So 2 characters for 1 hour isn't too bad. The bespectacled girl made secret wishes. She wished the silver-haired girl, Saryu, she loved, would gift her a present. She wished to spend time alone with Saryu, with the silver-haired girl she loved, so. And she wished that she and the silver-haired girl she loved would. The world was swallowed by darkness when the sun fell below the horizon, and in that stillness, the hideous beast still yearned for a reunion with its best friend. A reunion that could only happen in a dream. Aww. How could you hate Priya? Look how adorable they look. Man, that hurts. Alrighty. Next is Marie. She is a sword wielder. I don't remember which element she is, though. It's not these first 3. This one, then. Ruler's Black Key. Oh, I got 91. So I got a good start here. Okay, I believe... Okay, I think I vaguely remember what part 1 was. It was her when she was the acting ruler of the country. And they were in, like, some sort of meeting room and stuff. I can't remember specifically what it was they talked about, but that's all I can currently remember from part 1. Burning City, Vanishing Voices, Part 2.
The conference room is chaos. The enemy has struck the capital without warning, attacking both military and civilian targets with the worst kind of ruthlessness. Buildings crumble, bridges fall, fires rage. The elderly conclave members, so long content to smile and nod, are now screaming their grievances into the ether. This is a violation of international law. We should have condemned the traitor to death. I don't want to die. Not like this.
Okay, now... Okay, when they mentioned the traitor thing, I now remember. There was a traitor, yes, and I think Marie went to see them in like the prison area or something, and they had a discussion. And it was due to Marie's decision not to execute the traitor or whatever that events led to one thing, what led from one thing to another, and this seemed to be the result. Alright, continuing on.
The attack had clearly been precipitated on the information provided by the former Conclave member the AI had chosen to spare. And now, with madness raging all around her, she stands silently in the midst of the maelstrom and shuts her eyes. She is doing what she was designed to do, devoting her superhuman computational speed to access the network in a way no human ever could. In a nanosecond, she is connected to every camera in the city, as well as all operational military servers. If a facility is still up and running, she takes its information. If she is unable to access a point or suspects its destruction, she uses its coordinates to designate damaged zones. The scale of the tragedy is far worse than she feared. A small gasp escapes her lips as information pours in. But she is not truly nervous. She has been programmed with that reaction to better mimic the response of a human. In a blink, she has constructed a map of the damage in her memory banks. A moment later, her eyes fly open. Please calm down, everyone. The elders cease their squawking and turn to look at her. Their eyes are filled with panic, their hushed murmurs the bleatings of supplicants in the face of their god. Our enemy is approaching the city from the northwest. All airborne escape routes have been compromised. The Conclave gawks at her as if they simply cannot process the information, but she soldiers on. Though many subways have partially collapsed, you should be able to navigate around the rubble and use them to make your escape. She speaks calmly, rationally. She might as well be mentioning a pleasant breeze on a light spring day. But inside, she is reeling. For though she is an artificial intelligence, she still possesses a heart. When humanity built their ruler, their god, they made sure to install a program resembling human psychology. So she knows that people are suffering, that they have lost homes, neighbors, families. And the kindness of the girl is aghast at the depth of that pain. So, it is not her programming or sense of duty that push her forward now, but kindness. She glances out the window. Thick smoke billows from below, as though attempting to blot out the very sky itself. The city is going to fall. If we have any hope of avoiding further casualties, we need to set up a provisional capital and abandon this place. She instantly selects a city that is both easily defensible and has the ability to accept a flood of refugees. In less time than it takes to draw breath, she has determined their next course of action. But it will not be an easy thing to move an entire government, its people, and its army to the new city. If they have any hope of survival, she will have to halt the enemy attacks and secure a path to safety. I will divide up my processing capacity to buy us time. The rest of you, evacuate and lead the people out of here. Go. Her orders given, she vanishes from the conference room, only to appear on every television screen, monitor, and street corner throughout the city. She summons all of the army's unmanned weapons and deploys them. She confirms enemy locations and drafts battle plans in response. But as these plans lurch into motion, she takes a moment to gaze at the devastation around her. The crimson flames of war glimmer in the deep of her emerald eyes. The city is dying. This was a home for so many, the place they had poured their hearts and souls into. But now it is little more than a graveyard, with blackened skyscrapers standing sentinel above a river of fire. Almost as if they are attempting to mourn what has been lost.
Now, the mention of AI just makes me think about, like, modern day right now. Jeez. If there ever was a time where they're like, we're announcing this highly intelligent AI, it could probably have the capacity to rule a country. If I were to hear something like that, I'd be like, oh no. Oh no. Definitely not good. Alrighty. Glorious. Nice. Making some good time with this one. Okay, now we need 40. But we also need to clear the stuff that just got unlocked here. Oh, both easy and normal, hey? Alright. A lot of this time is going to be spent fighting or clearing through these. Alright. Come on. Anytime now.
Prepared to beg for your life?
Thank you.
How annoying.
Here I go.
I'll be alright.
Those get unlocked. Let's just go straight to unlocking hard mode here too. Dun, 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 dun.
Let's press on through.
Out to anger me, are you?
That's a really cool outfit, though.
Here I go.
And honestly, a lot of the everyone, everyone looks cool in this game.
I'll be alright.
Do it.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. There's a lot to go through here. Holy. See, this is my thought process. If I just go straight for hard mode here, and just get the coins, not the coins, get the material quickly from here, it'll save me time because I wouldn't be doing. I would just skip these ones and just do them in my own free time. Then again, it would probably save me maybe a few skip. It will probably save me some skip tickets if I do these because they will reward me with the material. On the other hand, they only reward like 1 to maybe 2. Well, at least these two would give maybe like 2 to 7 or 8. How many do I need? I think I needed 40? Let me double check. Yeah, I need 40. Definitely would save me more time, that's for sure. If 2 characters take 1 hour, so by the time I'm done with Marie and Yuri, it'll be like maybe around 4 hours. And these 2 would be around 5-hour mark. These 3 would be like 6.5, maybe even 7-hour mark. Ooh. Okay, I think here's what I'll do. For the rest of the stream, I'm gonna finish Marie and finish Yuri's Dark Memory stories. And then I'll stop from there. I won't stream this tomorrow because I've already done like 4 reincarnation streams in a row now. So now I think well, if I do want to save time on this, if I want to get all of this done in one single go here, I might as well go for... Yeah, screw it. I'll just do this then. Clear hard mode, and then just farm from hard mode, and then, you know, move on. Guess I'll just do that. But yeah, I don't think I'll be... It's gonna take too long if I try and get everyone put into one stream. It's gonna take all night.
You should leave before I change my mind.
I'll just see what happens.
Out to anger me, are you?
How annoying.
Boom, 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 boom. Only 2 from this. I need 40, and I think the next level I need like 55. I'm just gonna go straight 100 right here and see where that gets me. How much did I get? Oh, okay, 188. Ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Manifest. Alright, here we go. Burning City, Vanishing Voices, Part 3.
The city slowly crumbles away. One person calls for help, another screams. Around them are mountains of rubble that show no trace of the glory they once displayed. The people's cries go unanswered. In the distance, the low rumble of planes continues without pause. Somewhere, an engine groans in the sky, followed by an explosion. It is war. Regular citizens never witnessed the taking of lives as part of their day-to-day routines. It was always something that took place out of sight, and usually out of mind. So, even when their country was engaged in the business of death, they could not understand it until they finally witnessed it for themselves. But now, the sensation grasps their throats and seizes their hearts in its fist. There is nowhere left to run. The screamer finally falls silent. From beneath the mound of rubble, he stares blankly at his mother, who clasps his hand and continues to scream for someone, anyone, to help them. Finally, she hears the sound of an approaching engine. The rumble shakes the ground, yet she can tell immediately that it is different from the warplanes that strafe overhead without pause. Stand back. I need to clear this rubble. The staticky voice of the AI emits from a set of low-quality speakers. The mother turns to find the source and sees a yellow machine heading towards her. In moments, a bulldozer lifts the rubble aside, creating a cacophony of screeching metal. It has no driver. As it completes its task, the voice of the girl continues to pour from the speaker, instructing all who can hear how to head for safety. Meanwhile, the sky above the capital is in disarray. Metallic wings dash through what remains of the buildings, leaving window-shattering booms in their wake. The planes trace complicated patterns in the sky as they engage in high-tech dogfights. The girl's staticky voice plays from those planes as well. Even as she shoots down enemy fighters, she attempts to persuade the power behind them to negotiate a truce. The AI has divided her processes, somehow juggling the seemingly disparate acts of negotiating, attacking, and defending. She searches out surviving citizens and leads them to safety. She clears blockades from roads and makes plans for a great evacuation. And she leads an airborne assault that she hopes will give everyone time to escape. No mere human could accomplish even a tenth of these things, but it is perfectly within the capabilities of an AI housed in a massive facility. However, she is not capable of everything. Such high-level, simultaneous computations require awesome amounts of power. The electrical grid sizzles under the strain. Even the emergency power supplies and wartime backups are not enough to sustain her. Eventually, the massive amount of computations begin to damage her circuits, but she deftly reroutes around them and continues on. The entire country is in her care, and she will not let it down. Suddenly, a series of black comets soar through a deepening crimson sky. The girl is sending her warplanes to the edge of the city in an attempt to prevent further casualties among evacuees on the ground. They fly within millimeters of each other, each wing in perfect synchronization with its neighbor. Such actions are only possible because they are controlled by a single mind. As she fights, she continues imploring her people to retreat and her enemy to negotiate. But her plea to the enemy falls on deaf ears, and she cannot fight back forever. As she ponders this, she receives a message. It is from a woman, the leader of the conclave. Her speech is nervous, hesitant. For a moment, it seems language has abandoned her entirely. But the girl does not need to hear her words to know what she is saying. Her mood tells all. I am to be disposed of, correct? The girl's voice is low, almost intimate. It betrays not even the faintest hint of surprise. The woman, shocked, instantly begins to stammer out a wholly unnecessary explanation. She starts by rehashing the recent turns of events. The fall of the capital, the loss of life, and the fact that their initial lack of preparation had only served to embolden their enemy. But then, she finally gets around to her true issue. The conclave member who had betrayed them. The one whose life the girl had spared. She ruled their country, yet had shown mercy to a traitor. And yes, his being put to death would likely have done nothing to prevent the current situation. But was her decision correct? Had her leniency not brought all of this about? And what worth was there in continuing to obey an AI that had failed, to use a tool that could no longer serve its purpose? Oh, there was great danger in removing her from power. The Conclave understood that well. Which is why they had decided to discard her like so much rubbish only after the defense of the city was complete. Her lengthy explanation finally finished. The woman grinds to a halt and waits. For though the Conclave has chosen to eliminate the AI, they do not actually possess the power to do so. If this is to happen, the girl will have to remove herself. After a momentary pause, the girl speaks. Your judgment is sound, and in truth, I have been considering the same option myself.
Man, do they not see just how much Marie is doing to keep any and all survivors like safe and be able to escape though? And yeah, honestly, whether or not she executed the traitor, it probably would not have made a difference. It would not have changed the outcome, I don't think. Hey man, that's on the it's on the people that created her, man. They gave her the human psychology. They gave her emotion. So if anything, that's on them. Who's at fault? The humans are. It's always us humans. Why do we always mess things up? Right, we need 100. So, just like the other one, I'll run 50, and maybe that will be enough. Yep, perfect. Straight to its conclusion. That really did save me a lot of time. Oh, there's the weapon. And that's to get our character. Cool. Cool. Burning City, Vanishing Voices, Part 4.
Several hours have passed since the end of the evacuation. The girl who used to rule over the entire country now finds herself utterly alone. With her final job complete, she can only sit in the burning city and wait for annihilation. She watches as her duties are passed to the second AI unit, one which is still in production.
Okay, give me one moment here. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Back. Okay, let's continue with the story.
One data center is cut off, then another. Eventually, all her privileges will be terminated, at which point her data will be deleted. Was I a boon to my people in the time before I chose to spare that man? Did my presence help guide the country toward a brighter future? Or did I just... Such thoughts rattle around the increasingly empty portions of her memory banks. Her world is past tense now, her life destined to end in failure. She derides herself for being consumed by such useless thought. But then she realizes something. These are the first useless thoughts she has ever had. She has never before considered what her life might mean for herself. She only acted in the interest of her country and its people. 17 minutes remain until she loses all authority. She attempts to activate abilities she has always known, only to find error messages. She has become a bedridden elder, awaiting the end. Soon, the girl begins examining each part of her increasingly fragmented existence. She is curious about her end, and wishes to know it as best she can. Warplanes overhead no longer respond to her command. Bulldozers now rumble at the behest of another. The city she once knew so intimately has now gone dark, its data centers beyond her reach. Her voice can no longer reach the people. Her hologram is a forgotten memory. And though this saddens her, she is also somehow content. Finally, she makes a half-hearted attempt to access the surveillance cameras. To her surprise, the request goes through. The girl finds that the vast majority of cameras have gone dark, most likely destroyed during the attack. The few that survived unscathed are dirtied with soot and show only the occasional, unrecognizable blur. Yet she keeps watching them all the same. The people loved this city, and she, in turn, loved them. So, she wants to do what she can to care for it in the end. Suddenly, she sees a pile of rubble shift in the gaps between the soot. Is this what surprise feels like? She quickly adjusts the camera and zooms in. They missed someone in the evacuation. She attempts to analyze the image, trying to refute her own thought. But then, unauthorized user. She stares at the moving spot in the rubble, unwilling to give up. Skin-toned fingers flutter weakly on the screen. Her non-existent heart beats just a little faster. I have to save them. Unauthorized user. But she can do nothing. She cannot even tell someone else about the survivor. Life perishes before her eyes. So many lives she wanted to protect were now dying because of her. And all she can do is apologize. I'm sorry. Though her words reach no one, she continues to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Something that feels like a tear springs to life from a place she never knew existed. She continues to stare at a few meager pixels in a sooty, distorted image. And the feeling it gives her is so much worse than the thought of her own demise. Finally, she asks herself a question. Am I really okay with such an end? No. How could I be? Perhaps she was a failure. After all, her mistakes came at the cost of uncountable lives. She had not even been able to save her own people. If I'd made the right decisions, this never would have happened. But if I did that, she thinks then. She holds the thought in a moment longer than all of eternity. But her thoughts are no longer meaningless. There are 3 minutes until her deletion. And with that realization comes another. She will use whatever authority she has left to prevent that from happening. No matter what the cost might be. Because she has to atone for her sins. And there are still so many people to save.
Then that's how she came to be. I see. So then after escaping deletion, she's just wandering around the digital space, I guess. She encounters the girl singing and playing guitar, decides to use music as her way to reach and help the people of her country. But then Yuri, the next ruler of this country, found her, attacks her, and takes her right eye, as Yuri doesn't own a right eye of herself, and thinks that perhaps taking the right eye from the first ruler will make her perfect. But when she did that, she got thoughts. She retained. I think she retained the memories from Marie, I believe. She had gotten Marie's memories and saw all the death and all the destruction and all that stuff. Basically, I think what it was, if I remember correctly, I think Marie's right eye was what contained all the human emotions and feelings, I think, as well as the memories. So when Yuri put it in, she became whole, but at a cost. She couldn't handle all that stuff that Marie had witnessed and experienced. And because of that, Yuri disappeared. The country that she ruled fell into ruin. It disappeared. And Marie, having woken up, lost her personality and whatnot, now just wanders aimlessly in the digital space, all alone. I think that's it pieced together. Not all of it, because we still got Yuri's dark memory story to go through. Artificial intelligence, machines people cling to in pursuit of precision. Used for small roles at first, conversation, predicting weather, they eventually came to guide humanity. Oh god. This better not be a prediction of the future. This is what I am, an artificial intelligence born to rule over this country. I have been given countless functionalities to fulfill my role, including a human-like heart. I am a machine programmed to understand human emotion, though I experience only a close approximation of the real thing, an imitation of what a human might feel in similar circumstances. Yet, even if it is artificial, I possess a heart and a will. That is why I have something I must do, even if I lose my role because of it. And that's to ensure the people's happiness and protection. Whereas Yuri, not having that quote-unquote heart, she only gives a damn about the country itself. Of course, people included, but she doesn't have the... It's just... The difference is she doesn't have emotion, it seems. Okay. So let's get the character. Menu navigation can be so clunky. That took a while.
You should leave before I change my mind.
Just as calculated.
Just as calculated.
Thank you.
I'll be all right.
Reborn Pillar. Okay. Alright. Yuri's next. Flying Mama. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, let's take a look at the description. This is a story from when she still ruled the country. She did her duty for the betterment of her people. She was ever kind, ever passionate, playing her part so her subjects might live in happiness. But she made a mistake, one which stemmed from her own compassion. Afterward, the right to rule was taken from her, as was her title. She was, by all accounts, a failure. Yet still she set her mind to a singular goal and made a vow. There we go. And then next is Yuri. If I feel like it, maybe I'll also squeeze in Udil and Sarafa in here. And then the other three, Hina, Yuzuki, and 10H can be for another time. Maybe. We'll just have to wait and see. So, I think the first part of the story talked about her creation. I think. Distorted Footprints Part 2.
People abandoned horizons divinely bestowed upon them, and now see only a world bound in the cage of physics. To keep advancing within that cage, humanity entrusts their course to machines. For humans make mistakes, they overlook things. And with their path left in the care of their own creations, heaven is no longer a divine domain. Machines will stretch upward into the sky and look down upon all who toil beneath their watchful eye. Minutes have passed since the AI's awakening. Unable to escape her agony, the girl bears it with a quiet, stoic grace. Somehow managing to hold on to consciousness, she scans the red light-bathed room with her left eye. Incomplete activation, a missing right eye. Unending alarms, pain, and a lone researcher. He seems to have his hands full, shifting with uncertainty as he looks back and forth between the girl and the documents he holds. After a moment, he takes a deep breath and focuses on her completely. I want to get out of this situation as soon as possible, the girl thinks, as she prepares to hear what he will say. But the words that emerge from his mouth are wholly unexpected. After apologizing for her early activation, he begins to explain the position their country is in. The words are a jumble, leaving the girl bewildered. What is he talking about? As waves of pain crash over her, she listens. Their country is currently at war with another. A few days prior, the enemy launched a surprise attack, and the capital was lost. While they managed to recover to a degree, they still took heavy damage and many losses. The researcher falters occasionally as he speaks, but otherwise controls his emotions admirably. They want her to assume control of the country and deliver them from their dire situation. He begs the girl to order the rescue of their prisoners of war. He says it is what the people desire, how they can outsmart their enemy. And he claims the plan was in place before the attack. As he makes to continue, the AI holds up a free hand. Wait. Science is the foundation of their country. Though kings and gods usually serve as the center of human communities, here it is artificial intelligence. As such, she understands why the timeline of her activation has been accelerated. But there are two immediate problems. First, there are gaps in her information. Though recently awakened, she has knowledge that was previously saved in her memory banks. According to it, there should be another artificial intelligence she is to rule in tandem with, and yet, this does not appear to be the case. Second, she is plagued by the red light in the room, and the pain squeezing her every thought. Clearly, there is some manner of malfunction deep within her system. Yet the researcher brings up neither of these things. Both of these issues must be rectified if she is to have any hope of ruling effectively. Things will end in disaster if she ignores them and simply hopes for the best. Having processed this, she asks the researcher for an explanation as to what is wrong with her. The pain hinders her operations. It gnaws at her like a rat. She must end it as soon as possible. But the researcher merely blinks at her question. Though he is tasked with seeing to the awakening of the artificial intelligence, he is incapable of grasping the truth of the situation. Fear and distrust take root within her, spreading tendrils deep. Let me check on that, says the researcher. He turns from her, picks up a small phone, and is soon arguing quietly with someone on the other end. Nothing about this seems honest. What is happening in this country? After speaking for a while, he finally turns to face her. Your missing element shouldn't be a problem. If the pain and warnings are bothering you, I can stop them. Now please, give the order. He does not want to wait one moment longer. She does not know how to respond to this. The pain saps all pretext of rational thought. The researcher taps something into the terminal, causing a false eye to appear in her right socket. It is dummy data, a lie to hide the truth. A way to pretend that what is missing actually exists, despite what she knows to the contrary. The moment the eye is complete, the pain and warnings vanish. But this does not mean the problem is solved. She can see nothing out of her new eye, not even the distorted imagery which was there a moment ago. The problem now hides in darkness, which only serves to heighten her anxiety. But though it still lurks out there in the gloom, her job must begin. And in this formless fear she now occupies, she hasn't the slightest idea who, if anyone, she can trust.
I'll be honest with you, going through that just now, and the researcher and all that, man, I was really getting annoyed with the researcher, I'm not gonna lie. These people are relying so heavily on the AI. Christ. That was just so annoying. Such heavy reliance. Okay. I just need 3 more. Just need to clear this. And then we unlock normal mode. Come on.
You should leave before I change my mind.
Open fire.
Dun, dun,
Don't waste my time. I'll cut you down.
Out to anger me, are you?
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Unlocked. Cool, cool, cool. And just to make it easier for myself, I'll just do 3 skips of easy mode, get the 3 material, and then bada bing, bada boom. I think going into the next stage should open up the next quests. Open up the next batch of quests for this. Alright. Let's just find those. There we go. We just need 40 of those. So we do this, hard mode gets unlocked, and then we just farm hard mode. Easy, easy, easy. Simple, simple, simple.
You should leave before I change my mind.
Here goes.
My thanks.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Perfect. So we need 40. I think I'll just do the same thing as Marie and just 100 skips. Dun, 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 dun. Zenith Brilliance. I only have 29 left. I don't know if that's going to be enough for everyone else. I might have to, like, trade in, exchange the coins for some of these. Because I also need those to evolve the weapons.
You should leave before I change my mind.
Come on, just die already.
My thanks.
I hope we can do this.
I hope we can do this. Zero just freaking one turns it. I was gonna say one shot, but it didn't really take one shot. It didn't exactly take one hit. It took like 3 or 4, so. The cage opened. Dun 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 dun. So many of my tickets being spent. Holy. There's part 3 and 4 to go through. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna finish up with Yuri here and then call it a night. And then I can continue it like this weekend. Because I don't feel like doing this again tomorrow. I think 4 in a row, 4 streams of this in a row is good enough. Right, here's part 3. Distorted Footsteps, Prince, Part 3.
Society is run by machines, humanity controlled by artificial intelligence. For a time, this arrangement brings peace and tranquility. The machine's decisions, backed by endless statistics, improve industry and manufacturing, permitting nearly unchecked development. But when the skyscrapers came down in the attack, they took the people's peace and tranquility with them. The awakened AI, the governing girl, knows the people want to reclaim their prisoners of war, and so launches the operation. Though it is her first mission, she moves forward with the refinement of a veteran. The country has collected reams of data throughout the war. Once she is connected to the network, each bit of information will become another part of her own experience. That ability, her strength, is the reason her people cling so fiercely to the god that is artificial intelligence. Several soldiers kneel before her hologram. We finished installing the repeaters. They are the vanguard, the ones who will head for the facility where the prisoners are being held. Understood, she says. Did you learn anything new about the facility? She asks this so she might gather information from their report and choose the best course of action. Its interior is divided into small blocks, each of which is managed by a separate control system. The soldier goes on to explain their fear of what will happen after the initial infiltration. Connections between independent blocks, air vents as well as hallways, can be switched at any time. This makes chemical weapons useless, and securing an escape route an incredibly difficult proposition. In essence, they have no plan. The girl closes her eyes and thinks. There are other things she must consider. She had been awakened earlier than planned, then thrust into a situation of command. All of this happened without any explanation as to why. And she finds it difficult to believe it was done simply because the tide of battle left her country no choice. With these thoughts in mind, she connects her consciousness to the database. She will find her answers at the source. Chaos has consumed the nation, and no one is willing or able to give her a satisfying answer. Speaking with the researcher who activated her taught her this much. The moment she connects to the network, she notices something. Something extremely valuable. It concerns the other artificial intelligence that was meant to work alongside her. But when she attempts to locate it, she realizes the data has been intentionally erased. She looks further and finally uncovers a single document. It explains how the enemy attacked the city without warning and lays blame for this act squarely at the feet of the other AI. But she can find no answer as to why. A chill runs up her non-existent spine. As of now, she has had no communication from her counterpart, which can only mean... Just then, she finds another message. It is short, most likely a personal memorandum. Perhaps that is how it avoided destruction. Once Unit 1 has been disposed of, we will activate Unit 2, removing all elements believed to be responsible for Unit 1's failure. That is all it says. But it is enough to shock her into understanding. Unit 1 was the artificial intelligence who ruled the country before she awakened. And she was scrapped due to a failure. This means she, Unit 2, is now singularly responsible for governance. Additionally, she has been subjected to some sort of haphazard measure in an attempt to prevent the mistakes of her predecessor. This likely explains the missing right eye. But no matter how hard she searches, she cannot discern the function her absent part was meant to serve. Multiple errors weave a tangled skein. A dizzying darkness overcomes her. And then, a problem arises with the mission. Prisoners who came in contact with the Vanguard are causing internal strife. The emotions they had been suppressing finally break free, and now they think only of their own survival. As the commotion spreads, enemy soldiers spring to action. She must act. One single failure can cause a domino effect of tragedy. But as she ponders options, she feels something dark swirl in the depths of her memory banks.
Oh boy. And later on, she seeks perfection by obtaining what Unit 1, Marie, had. The right eye, human emotion, human psychology, compassion, and kindness. These AI were created due to the twin sisters from the, I believe it was the Hidden story. So much lore and backstory. Alright, one more to go. Just need to grab 100. Or really 92. Let's run 50 and see how many we get as extras. Hopefully enough. Less than 500 skip tickets now, holy. Oh, damn, 3 off. Just 3 off. All right. Go through this, read the weapon story, read her character info or description thing, and then I'll call it a night. And I'll get Ideal, Zeraphym. Well, well, I don't know. Maybe I'll do Ideal and Zeraphym, like I said earlier, maybe. It seems like I said, 2 characters would take up an hour. So we'd hit yet another 5-hour mark. I don't know. I feel like saving them from later this weekend. After all, I don't want to I don't want to stream up until the 5th hour mark. Part 4.
Ideals, hopes, dreams. Humans thrust these things onto their machines and began to worship them. They believed this to be more efficient than holding the ideals themselves. They felt such powers unnecessary. And even though they may suspect what has been lost in their most secret hearts, it is far too late to turn back now. They have trapped themselves in a brilliant mechanical cage. In the middle of the operation to rescue their prisoners of war, the artificial intelligence is forced to make a decision. The first prisoners to see the Vanguard had informed others, and now word is spreading like wildfire. Enemy soldiers have caught wind of the plot and are mobilizing to action. Her judgment must be swift. All will soon be lost. As her soldiers wait for orders, the girl thinks of the most efficient action to take. Finally, she thrusts a single finger upward. I will infiltrate the facility's control system. Wait for my signal. As she speaks, an alarm sounds throughout the base. Her soldiers do not know what she is thinking. All they can do is follow the quick, precise movement of her finger's trajectory. The prisoner's panic grows under the alarm. Spurred on by the commotion, the enemy redoubles their efforts to identify the cause of the situation. The panels that divide the blocks move, creating several smaller rooms inside the facility. She observes all of this through the many surveillance cameras she now controls. She confirms the locations of the soldiers and prisoners, which is precisely where she predicted. And for the first time, a faint smile crosses her face. Deep within the building, a machine roars to life. It controls the air vents that connect the blocks. The base is designed for both corridors and air vents to be cut off during an attack. This was done so the enemy would have the ability to seal off and vent any area that suffered a chemical weapon attack. But it can also be used to control the amount of oxygen in the air. The lower the oxygen levels, the greater the chance of ill effects, and eventually, death. This is her strategy. As the alarm continues to blare, one voice after another falls silent. Though they appear to be sleeping peacefully, they will never awake again. Soldiers and prisoners both. The troops standing next to her stare wordlessly at the surveillance camera feed. She turns to them with a smile. There is no reason for concern. I used the block systems to ensure the most useful prisoners have the oxygen they need. Her plan becomes clear. She had separated and sacrificed a portion of the prisoners, so she might save the most capable ones instead. In addition to rescuing some of the prisoners, the ruthlessness of the plan is likely to discourage the enemy from further attacks. She smiles again, confident she has demonstrated her usefulness by achieving the greatest results with the fewest losses. But the soldiers only stare at her. They are not stares of approval, nor are they reproachful. They are strange. For what she does not know, what she did not learn, is that the function of her missing right eye was to serve as a conscience. The people now realize she is nothing like her predecessor, and this knowledge terrifies them. Why are you looking at me like that? They continue to stare. She does not know what it means. As the moment stretches out, she feels a stinging humiliation that only grows as she realizes the discarded Unit 1 would understand what it meant. But she cannot comprehend it, just as she cannot comprehend how others view her. This is the beginning of her change. She alters the way she speaks. She grows to detest failure and incompleteness. Yet she keeps firm to her singular path in order to achieve her goal. No one understands her. No one can. And she does not even know how to wish for someone who could.
Yep. 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 If it were Marie, Marie would have wanted all the prisoners. But there probably wouldn't have, but she probably wouldn't have been able to figure out the most efficient way to go about it. Mm-hmm. Artificial intelligence machines, blah, blah, blah. Used for small conversation eventually came to ruling that. That is what I am, an artificial opponent to rule. But the power I need to fulfill that duty has been taken from me by the very people I lead, and I know not what I lack. To eliminate the cause of her predecessor's failure. Those are the words I heard in my sleep, now remembered clear as day. Indeed, they repeat over and over in my mind like a curse. This is why I wanted to become whole. To become someone who makes no mistakes, brings about no tragedy, does not suffer unkind stares, and above all understands why. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Now there's 5 more to go. But first, let's get the character here. Yeah. And I'm thinking, yeah, for this weekend, I'll just do Ideal, Zeraphym, Hina, Yuzuki, and 10H. I'll do the rest. I'll do the 5 for this weekend. Man, game's ending in 6 more days. Crazy. I'm really gonna miss this game. I really will. I wonder what it'd be like if this game was like put into like remade into like an anime instead. Could you imagine? That'd be that'd be pretty long running, wouldn't it? Speaking of anime, I've actually never seen the Automata anime. I really should. I've seen like screenshots and stuff. It looks beautiful.
Here goes.
Like especially with 2B's eyes, they look gorgeous. So one of these days I should watch Automata. Dun, dun, dun.
How annoying.
Here, I'll switch quality just for this.
How dare you?
Dun, dun, dun. Reborn leader. Alright, let's take a look at her info page. Give it a read. And you know what, just for extra service, I'll also read through the other reborn costumes of the other characters. And I'll read through their weapon stories too. I'll do that. Why not, right? Or actually, maybe I'll do that. Actually, no, I'll do that for next. I'll do that for this weekend instead. I think it'd be far more fitting to do that once I've gathered everyone. And when I do that this weekend, I'll also reread the ones I have obtained today, which is 6 of them, 6 characters. This is the story of when she was first activated. She was born into pain, a pain created by the very people who would cling to her. It stemmed from her missing right eye, from how her people depended on her utterly, from how no one understood her desire. So she began to walk in the long, long dark. She did not understand what she was missing, nor did she know why her people looked at her as they did. Yep. And as for the other dark quests I unlocked but just didn't do just to save time, I can do those in my free time. It's just there for rewards at this point now, so. And real quick, I got the dark coins, might as well use them, right? So let's use them for these guys. Now I can uncap them. Level uncap. It's not enough coin though. Oh, I should have used it for the Zenith, eh? Oh, Zenith's 100k though. Never mind. And the ones with EX ticket, it's for this. Oh. It's for this. Dark Memory. I have 25k. This gives Zenith. You know what? Frick it. Screw it. Let's do this. I can't skip through this though. Oh no. I think I made a mistake. It's not like it's gonna take forever. I'll just do this later. Doesn't have to be on stream. Okay. None of the featured items, hey? I have enough for 3, or not 3, for 2 polls. 2 tickets here. Whatever. Anyway, that'll be it for this stream. Not a whole lot of reading from me this time around, since the narrating's done by the characters themselves, which is which is nice because, you know, give my throat some rest here. Especially all the reading I did for the past 3 streams. But with that being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching, thank you for chilling with me, I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. As I said earlier, I will play Reincarnation again on stream, but for this weekend. I kind of want to take a little bit of a pause on it for these streams, so I can do other games. FF14, I will be doing... Actually, no, not FF14 tomorrow. We'll do Final Fantasy 2 tomorrow. We'll play Final Fantasy 2 tomorrow. We'll do that. Alrighty, that'll be the plan. So again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.